How is it going, everybody? By everybody, I mean the one person. Lots of snow out today. Had to shovel that. Other than that, though, good. It was a pretty chill situation. James Odile art, very cool art. Your art skills are God mode, very cool. I appreciate that. Preach. I preach. Noise. Very snowy out today. Had to spend a lot of time cleaning my driveway. It sucked. Acme oil painting. Oh, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Appreciate the raid. Acme host. I don't know how to do a shout out on Kick, but I appreciate the raid and everything. Hope you guys had a good stream. Genny Gomez says good morning. Good morning. Thank you. How's your morning going? Nice to meet you. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Cupcake Diva. Thank you. No worry, my guy. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I just I don't usually like look at that side of. I don't usually look at Kick because not a lot of people have been there for me. Have you had breakfast yet? I had coffee and I had eggs. I had coffee and eggs so far. That's kind of where I'm at. And then I shoveled a lot of snow this morning. I don't know. I know I already like talked about that. Well, I sort of mentioned it in passing, but yeah, like I had to shovel snow. So there's that. I didn't hate it though. It was all right. It was an all right experience. Love the artwork. Nice. You need to eat and eat lunch, but I already ate before I got on stream. I think I'm good right now. I'll eat later though for sure. I'm having coffee for sure. It was nice actually getting out there and cleaning up the yard a little bit, or the driveway from the snow. Kind of, it was good. It was a good little exercise. Let me come right back. Let me come right back. Give me 1 minute. Alrighty. Getting back to it. Yeah, it snowed, I don't know, a good, I don't know, 5 inches. I woke up and there's a good amount of snow, but there's still snowing. Like, not as much, but it's still like, that's the annoying thing, is that I'm gonna have to do it again tomorrow morning. That's what I don't want to do. But if I'm being honest, I don't want to do it again, but in other news, I did get a little bit further in Hail to the Rainbow. I think I'm going to restart that game a couple of times because the controls are kind of super unintuitive and there's a lot of weird little stuff to learn, and the game is good. But there's just a lot to it, and I kind of, you know, I want to take it easy, and eventually I'll post videos of it or something. But I do love the world and the way everything looks and all that good stuff. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. And then my most favorite way to waste time has been watching car restoration videos. That's been quite fun. They just pull you in. They just pull you in. It's hard to stop watching a car restoration video. Especially when it's somebody doing it in their backyard. Yeah, that's sort of what I thought. I think that's coming out way too far. It looks like it's like stretched out beyond reason. Would have been way better to just measure things in the first place, and then I wouldn't have to be like slowly adjusting things the entire time. I go center. Even that looks kind of squished. If that's center, that for sure. I don't know why I thought I'd be able to like eyeball something like this big. I do wish it would suddenly the temperature would jump up like, I don't know, 10 degrees, melt all the snow, and be done with the snow. That would be really dope. But I'm afraid that's probably behind us now. Yeah, I need to never not measure things again. This gear here that I kind of thought I was gonna fix earlier, I kind of didn't, and now I'm like really suffering for it. Because I keep having to make adjustments to make it look like it makes sense. Oh man. That's right. I'll make it good in the end. One Foxman, what are you using for white highlights? This generic white pencil. It's like this charcoaly kind of pencil, which blends really well. I really love it. It's my favorite thing in the entire world. It changed my life when I found this. It doesn't even have a brand. It's just, I think it just says white charcoal on the side. Yeah, charcoal white. I don't know. It does have a brand name, I guess, right there. If you can make that out. I hope that helps. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. I can't read that. What it says, brushish or something. I don't know. I can't make that word out. I have no idea. But it's one, like the best one I've ever found. It's my favorite. What the? Oh, I watched like this weird movie last night where aliens took over Earth. They like surrounded Earth. Brand is not important. Just wondering what you used. Wow, but if you can't find the pencil because it doesn't have a brand, you know, if it's like impossible to find because it's like this thing. Anyway, I watched this really crazy movie last night where aliens surrounded Earth and were, what would you call it? They were like trading with humanity, but they like made all jobs illegal. So there's just like no jobs, I guess, and everyone's like in this weird pseudo economy, eating like paste, alien paste. It was just, I don't know. I skipped through a lot of the movie, but it was definitely, I like the concept. They didn't go to war with us. They just surrounded the planet and like forced us to trade with them until like we just became, I don't know, half the population just kind of died out from starvation or something like that. I should probably go and like watch the whole movie, but I feel like my patience kind of, yeah, my patience kind of, how's it called? I'd have to, it's on Tubi. I'd have to look into it. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of the movie. It's not like a super dark movie, except it is sometimes. And the aliens are like watching us on their televisions, and they just got like, we can't do anything against them, obviously, but they force us into trade, but they just get rid of jobs. They make jobs illegal, and like, I don't know. They're kind of like selling it like they saved us from our own demise because we use so much resources that we like destroy everything around us, like a parasitic thing. It's like one of those movies, but it's sort of interesting. Which movie? John Cena says, "Which movie are you talking about?" That's the thing. I don't know. I'd have to look it up on Tubi. Let me go to Tubi. It'll probably Tubi is free. Tubi, it's for like poor people who don't want to pay any money for movies. So that's me. And man, I'd have to, like, I know if as soon as I see it, I'll know it. Man, that sucks. Guys, I'm gonna find out and tell you next time for sure. Like, that's gonna happen for sure. I'm gonna find out and let you guys know. The other really good movie that I really liked, because it was like, I couldn't tell where it was gonna go, and I really enjoyed it. And I think that really appreciated American actor is Nicolas Cage in Dream Scenario. Really good movie. I was blown away. It's not like there was like a good ending or anything like that. Was like it was just like the whole movie is like you just couldn't. It was like intriguing, and I really wanted to keep watching it. Whereas usually I tap out. I tap out in the middle of a movie usually. I'm just, I don't care, you know. So I'm gonna find out about the name of that movie, and I'm gonna talk more about it, about the alien one. But it was, I'll be honest, I skipped through a lot of it because there was just too much talking and yeah. But the main premise of like aliens surrounding Earth and forcing us to trade. And but it's like, but it's not stuff we want. It's like it's definitely like, you know, like you're just eating paste for the rest of your life, and there's no jobs to do. Which would be cool if they gave us no jobs but like Xboxes and stuff. What's the genre of that movie? Which one? The one with Nicolas Cage or the one with Anyway, the game I've been playing that I really want to talk about is and I've talked about this a million times, but I've been playing, I've been like kind of easing into it, not playing it a lot, but just a little bit, is Hail to the Rainbow. It's like post-apocalyptic Soviet Union, robots gone wild kind of a game. If they are powerful enough to conquer the Earth, can't they give me a nice hamburger? Well, that's the thing, is I think they needed to put the... I think the idea was that the aliens needed to put our economy to a halt to stop us from destroying the planet, kind of a thing. So they like ended the economy essentially, and everyone still like just survived. But they didn't really like replace. It's not like they gave us a communist paradise. Instead, it's just people are dying under bridges. But yeah, Hail to the Rainbow, very, very good. Aesthetically, I love that. I love the way it looks. Basically, science experiment with AI went wrong, and the robots killed everyone. And now you're a kid surviving in a post-apocalyptic, like Soviet Union-looking, kind of a nightmarish, very melancholy. There's a non-post-apocalyptic Soviet Union. Well, I think there's plenty of games that aren't. There's definitely a lot of like that, like Stalker and stuff. But I feel like I'm trying to think. Like, what's the one with a little girl that I never played? The father and the little girl, where they got a truck and stuff, and rifles, and they got mushroom zombies or something like that. The Last of Us, I think, or something. Like, that's, like, American movies just, they're kind of, different. Or not movies, but, like, the American sort of version of the apocalypse is different, I guess, but there's definitely a slew of that kind of thing. But I feel like there's a lot. War of the Worlds, that's another one that's kind of like, very, very dark. I would almost put Cloverfield into that kind of world-ending kind of. The art style is pretty nice. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought the game was very good-looking. Hail to the Rainbow. Looking at Hail to the Rainbow. Yeah. I thought it was a very nice-looking game. Like, the whole... that guy's... How that guy sees, like, the sort of... a Soviet Union that didn't fail kind of thing. Like, I think it's not too far from. I think a lot of people get it wrong. Like, there was another game that had the Soviet thing kind of going on, like a successful version of it, but also it was like robots went bad. I forget the name of it, but it was like developed by a different studio. This is just a one guy, I think, working on this game. But anyway, the other game had like way too much color, and I think they didn't. Atomic Heart, yeah, that one I didn't even play, but I didn't like it. It felt like not even BioShock. It just like I felt like their version of the Soviet Union, like they didn't get it. You know what I mean? Like it's like those people definitely did not. It's almost like it was made by people who didn't exist during that time or something. Like they didn't get the energy right about what that world was like. Is Alice in a Doomsday Event? Is she in a Doomsday Event? I'm not really sure. Because I've been playing a game called what's the name of that game? Alice in the Wonderland: Darkness Returns. I'm not really sure what the original story is about. Like what the point of that story is. I never like knew, or maybe I did know. I like forgot like what the original story was about. Was it about her being crazy? Who knows, right? But yeah, Atomic Heart I liked. I just didn't like. I didn't like how they saw that world, if that makes sense. It's like to me it felt like they didn't get it right. Not that it was a bad game, but just this game gets it. This guy gets it, you know. I have never watched Alice in Wonderland. I've only seen like I've heard of it through like I've never seen the movies. Yeah, like I read it when I was a kid. Like I'm loosely aware of it. You know what I mean? Like I know the term of going down the rabbit hole and stuff. You know what I mean? Like but I've never like, sat down and like watched the movie. Although I have watched Alice in Borderland. Alice in Borderland? Never heard of it. Nice web series. Couldn't say. Never saw that one. This drawing can be early infected mushroom album cover. This drawing can be an early infected mushroom album cover. Noise. Also don't know who that is. Is that a band? Sounds like a band. By trans band, yes. Oh, okay. Psytrance? Is that like the music I'm playing now? Is that what Psytrance is? Psych. It's like Squid Game, but an interdimensional level of stuff? Ah, I see. Squid Game was a good, at least the first season. I didn't really watch too much of the second season, but it started off pretty good. I think that that series had an issue with, like, once it expanded out of the cage, it kind of showed you the outside world. It kind of didn't do that well, I thought. Which was the opposite for the, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movies with Mockingjay or whatever. What was that? Hunger Games or whatever movie? I thought that movie got that series got better as that went on. Like once they got out of the Hunger Games and they showed you like the world outside, that whole thing got way better. Whereas initially I was like pretty lukewarm on it. Kamuwamu! PP please. PPPLS. I'm gonna say PPPLS. I'm not sure what that means. Genny Gomez, if you could just translate what PP please means. I keep saying it, I don't know what that means. I feel like, I don't know. I'm sure it's nothing bad, but hey Kamuwamu. Have you had a chance to check out Hail to the Rainbow? Just came out. $13, by the way, introductory price. Highly recommend it. Very fair price. I don't know how long the game is going to be, but oh my god, thank you for the follow. Just drawing a silly rabbit. Maybe I should do a series on like stuffed animals that are robots. Like they were remember that toy in that teddy bear in the movie AI with the little kid and Jude Law? Maybe I should do a series of like these discarded uh, animals that are like toys that just form their own civilization in like junkyards. I think that would be like a fun series to do of pictures. I haven't heard Hail to the Rainbow. It's fun. And it's not political satire, which is like kind of what the name sounds like, but it's not. It's like one of those. It's a post-apocalyptic Soviet Union kind of a game. You play as a kid surviving in like robot wasteland. Oh man, you might like I have no change. An upcoming game if you like Soviet desperation theme. I like if it's done. I'm not like a super sucker for it. Like I don't go to like every single one of those. Like I've never played Stalker because it seemed too much like. I feel like I get it, kind of. But if something's done well, I will definitely check it out. I have no change. Is that about like being poor? Sounds like it's about being poor. Nice. Caleb draws sit. Ahoy! This is looking sick. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, I've just been doodling. I've been playing like old games and stuff, and you know, I just noticed that like one of my pictures is still getting likes, which is Straftat, and I did a little bit of research and I found out that it's like if you type that word into Google Images, my artwork pops up with the link to my Instagram in like the 15th place. So I think it gets it because I need to like draw not super popular themes, but like games that are like known or get some traffic, but not like really popular games, and just kind of push that angle maybe, and I'll get in like to the algorithm kind of thing. Stalker is a nice, miserable Soviet movie. Yeah, well, I guess the book and the book and the movie the movie and the game. I guess the game is a little bit more action. I don't know how related they all are, but I guess that, what do you call it? That they're all like related in some way. In fact, in Russia, they call people who like scavenge garbage, they call them stalkers, which is super funny. Like they'll just be like, "Oh, stalkers have been through here already," you know. They only released a trailer. There's a Stalker game. There's Stalker 1 and Stalker 2. Yeah, as far as from what I understand. I'm not sure if you're asking or your exclamation point. But the Stalker game, it's not. I imagine it's not gonna be like the movie, but it is like a survival. Like it's a hardcore survival game. Especially, I guess a lot of people really like the first one. I don't know if the second one did well, or I haven't heard really bad things about it, except for the optimization and stuff, because it's Unreal Engine 5. They only released a trailer. You play as a kiosk clerk. Oh, nice. Oh, it's like, is it like Paper Please? I don't like those games. I don't really know what the gameplay will be. It sounds like it'll be like Papers, Please kind of game, and I'm just not into that kind of game, where you have to like remember sequences of documents and like figure out which ones are real or not, or you get penalized. I don't know. I don't know if that's my cup of tea, but I might check it out. Like I said, I got plenty. I got this game to play. You know, I got so many games to like go through that I'm in no danger of like running out of content anytime soon. I'm still trying to post all the Buggo 2 videos online. Papers, Please seemed cool until my memory failed me. I think that's what it is you're supposed to replay it and see how far you can get. I think that's the goal of that game, is like you just keep replaying it, and because you like remember more and more, you're gonna do better each time to see like how the storyline progresses. There's also another. It's I think it takes place in Eastern like Europe, not Eastern. Sorry, it's like Eastern Germany when the like kind of thing or something. It's I think it's called Beholder, where you are like an evil person that serves the sort of the regime, let's say, and you have to make do and survive as people are like dying and trying to like live and stuff. And it's also kind of like a story memory game where as you go through you find more optimal ways to like do certain things, and you can like kind of betray people and get the police after them to save yourself, or you can try and help them, and that takes a tremendous amount of resources, and you risk your family being caught because you're like helping people. So Beholder was like another one like that, but like more into the story, I guess. I didn't play too much, but I thought it was a cool concept. Papers, Please seem cool, but there's enough FPS for my taste. Yeah, I just know it's a game where you have to use like your memory to progress or whatever. Which is always bad for me. That's gonna always reflect back, you know. If your game relies on memorization of things, I'm not gonna do well. Like Hail to the Rainbow had a sequence where you're like in a dream sequence running from a robot, and you have to remember like the building and how to run back to the safety. And I'm like, bro, there's zero chance I'm gonna remember how many lefts I took as something is trying to kill me. It's a really good idea, but I don't enjoy it either. I didn't enjoy it either. Yeah. Yeah. It's understandable. I'm not much of a... I wasn't much of a Papers, Please kind of a... Do you guys like did you guys like that game My Summer Car? Did anyone here try out My Summer Car? I thought that was a really good game. I wish I never stopped, like I wish I didn't give up on it, but it got a little too... I dropped it, I fell in a well and died, and I had to start the whole game over, so I kind of gave up on that game. But the concept of like saving money and like repairing a summer project car was really cool. I really enjoyed that. There's a large amount of games which have a great idea but just aren't executed properly. Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. But that's why I love like indie games, because they can take a little bit of a risk. You know what I mean? There's like at least like a chance that something good will happen. Whereas like most games are just not. Or like at least AAA games, you know, pretty rough. It's pretty static. So I appreciate like the more indie-ish kind of titles for that. I wish it wasn't snowing. Is it snowing in England right now? Actually, I think Papers, Please was executed really well. I just wasn't my cup of tea. I could tell from the trailer that I wasn't gonna like that game. I didn't even need to play it. I'm like, nope. I already know it's not my... But I'm still glad they made it, and you know. Someone out there should have the games. You know, I see these YouTube videos that say video games are dying, but I feel like they're doing really well. Like, it's been a bit cold, but not snowing. UK is kind of mediocre weather. Yeah, we finally got like really good snow. I had to like shovel my driveway for like a good hour or so this morning, and it was annoying. I'm not sore, but I will be sore tomorrow. A Chance of Senar is really good indie game. Okay, Chance of Senar. Carolina says hi. It's such a breath of fresh air. Eve, everybody. Who is it going? How's it going? We had a lot of snow today, Carolina, which forced me to do physical activity, and I didn't want to, but I had to because I had to go to the bank. Usually I just stay inside the house until the snow decides to melt. Like every year, it just melts by itself. So, but I actually had to leave the house. So, and I did shovel my sidewalk, even though legally I've been advised not to do that because it turns into your legal responsibility. So, I don't know. I've been told it's almost in America. It's almost better if someone trips on your driveway. It's better just to like finish them off, so they can't sue you. I'm kidding, of course, but yeah. Laughing finish them off. Very logical. Yeah, just finish the job. Like if they're gonna get hurt on ice, then. I remember when I used to work at Walmart. Wait, some other company. there was like this. We had like I was like a cart pusher for a while during the winter time, and they had like they didn't tell me I was supposed to salt the road. No one told me anything. Like I was just pushing carts, and it was super icy, and people were falling, like constantly, like all day, just falling. I'm watching people just get wrecked in the parking lot, like just absolutely like comedic level of people falling over, right? And I got really good at walking on ice because I'm out there all day every day. And then they pull me into the office, and then they're like, "Have you seen anyone fall?" I'm like, "Yeah, like all day." What do you mean? Like they're constantly falling, like it's nonstop. Yeah, but there's a few funny ones, but yeah, I just thought it was funny that they pulled me aside, like I can't stop them from falling. You know what I mean? And I didn't know there was supposed to be like ice, or not ice, but salt or whatever. They didn't tell me about any of that. Again, this is a faceless corporation that we won't mention the name of, but I don't know. I enjoyed it. I was watching a YouTube video talking about games dying, and it's more so single-player games are dying because more companies wanting to make online service games that can just grow money for them while they sit back without having to make new games. But recently been proven that good single-player games turn out to have more success and people miss them. Yeah, I've been playing, like I said, Alice in Wonderland, GTA 4, Hail to the Rainbow. I got a couple titles that I'm trying to get through. Sorry for the long text. I'll be careful next time. Oh no, you're good, man. You're good. It's just more of a. I agree. I used to be into. I agree that is what they want, a cash cow. What they want is to get like a little cash cow going, and they don't want to like sell a game and be done with that, right? But you know, I think as I get older, I'm like less and less interested in like grindy type of games, and I just, like I said, I want to start a game, I want to finish it, I want to close the the chapter of that and be done and move on with my life. Have you seen anyone falling? It might hurt our brand. No, I just told them, I'm like, you wouldn't believe how many people fell. Like, you just wouldn't believe it. It was all day. But I didn't know I was supposed to be doing something to... Because the thing is I got really good at walking on ice during that time. Like, I adapted to my surroundings. I don't like Diablo for that. After finishing the game, it's just playing the same levels over and over again to get JPEGs with large numbers. Yeah, I think there is an issue with like okay, so there's a couple, like Diablo 4 I think fell into like a huge trap that like lost my interest. Is that like the problem with like having those scaling levels that go with you wherever you are, like even if you go to the first instance, back to your first instance, the problem with like they said we want people to have a reason to go back to a place. So meaning that like that first place where there was like level 1 monsters, you'll never go back, right? Because it's like you won't get XP. But the issue is that if you scale the levels for everything constantly, then no matter where you go, you're always at the same level. So it like doesn't matter how powerful you are, everything just scales with you. So it's like now there's no a reason to go anywhere because there's nothing harder anywhere and there's nothing like lower anywhere. It's always the same difficulty. And so you eventually like realize it's like I don't need to go anywhere in this game because here where I am the creatures are the same as over there. And then you just put the game down and stop playing it. That was my big issue with 4. Also creature starvation for how big that game was. I was really shocked at how few creatures there were in that world. You know, the diversity of creatures was very low. It just wasn't I just felt like, you know, it could have been a better game, I guess. Not to get all complaining about it, but I think Diablo kind of really dropped the ball. Although I think the art style was the strongest. I thought the art style in Diablo 4 was really, really good. I really like Guild Wars 2 endgame content was varied enough to keep it fresh. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is that what do you do? Like, when you beat the game, they never, like, found too many things for you to do. Because, sorry for the yawn, because at the end of the day, you're just killing creatures, and then no matter how they reformulate that idea, you're still just killing creatures over and over again. You know, even if you have to go to, like, this thing and that thing, and then back to the other thing, you're still killing creatures. You know, even though it's a grindy MMO, yeah. It is, I mean, sometimes it's a good time. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, it's just that, like, I'm getting to that point where I'm just not interested. And if the game starts asking for too much, I just put it down. Oh, by the way, I found out in Call of Duty, once you max out, you can prestige your weapons, and then each weapon can go to 250, like, not prestige, but like points. And I was like, yo, like that's crazy. But I get it. -3 Celsius with heavy snow outside. Is it still snowing? Bro, it's still snowing. I really wish I had that heated kind of driveway thing going on. But all I have is a shovel. Which honestly was kind of fun this morning. Like cleaning my, you know, cleaning everything. I actually kind of like had a little bit of something that could be described as fun. I don't want to get too carried away with saying things like that because I don't want the simulation to give me more fucking snow. But, you know what I mean? I have to be careful but uh, but at the same time, it was kind of a little bit fun. I just got a really great. I should just draw like a bunch of these rabbits with like rifles or something, and like like rabbits with rifles and unicycles. Здравствуй, товарищ, привет, товарищ Сол. Сол, ты слышал про игру Hail to the Rainbow? Русский девелопер был. Сергей, я не помню имя, но помню, Сергей Носков, по-моему. Не знаю, если ты слышал про проект или нет. Игра только что вышла, кстати. Не, понял. Endless COD camo grind enjoyment. I'd like it if it weren't for the fact that next game comes along before I can even push yesterday's. That's, yeah, I kind of like, I feel that too. I almost feel like, especially like when I saw that you can double prestige a weapon and then get it to 250, I was like, dude, that's too much. Like, that's, even if you were like a hardcore, let's say you had no hobbies except like you came from work and you just played COD, you still wouldn't be able to get through it. Like you'd have to be very committed to like max anything out in that game. I agree. That's a little too much. I just want a game to make me feel like Battlefield 3 made me feel in 2012. I think that's, see, I think I know what the solution is to that, and I think actually we'll never find a game they made us feel that way anymore, because I think it's just an age thing. I don't think it's possible for that to happen again. You know, I think that's like facts. Is just, I think it's just you'll never get that game that's like, you know, that was like Modern Warfare when that first came out or whatever, because part of it is that, yeah, that's the thing, is that like I just think it's, I don't think it's possible to hit like hit those same highs, you know, no matter how good the game is objectively. It would have to be like a radically new experience of some sort. That's why I really fear Elder Scrolls 6. Oh, you should be afraid. You should be afraid, because it is not the same Bethesda. You know what that's gonna be like. You mean Elder Scrolls 76? That's what that's gonna be like. It's like Half-Life 3 at this point. Yeah, Half-Life 3, I think it lives in our dreams. We'll never see, you know what I mean? Like, I am scared of Half-Life 3. I just don't see how we could possibly, you know, because I think Half-Life 2 also, like, I think a lot of people who still talk about it, like, I recently replayed it, like, maybe a month ago, but in reality, most people's Half-Life 2 experience is inside of their memory and has been slowly getting edited and morphed into something else. So their expectation is going to be so high that, like, you know, you'll never experience another Half-Life 2. Like, that's not possible. Like, I think I was like a young teenager when I played it. Like, I'm 35, so do whatever the math is on that, right? And you cannot experience things on a level like that, you know, because it was so ahead of its time. Like, the Havoc physics engine, like, all the other games were like Quake, kind of, you know what I mean? It was just arena shooters. They didn't reach that, like, anywhere near the storytelling like that game. Even like Halo was like, kind of like, it was sort of a guy in spacesuit armor fights, you know, the Covenant. It wasn't like, this was like real, like, it just transcended so many levels that now Half-Life 3 can't be made because there's no way for it to live up, unless it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't see it. It would be too much of a risk. You can still get games. I think Half-Life Alyx was a very smart idea to continue the Half-Life universe whilst not stepping on the toes of Half-Life. Just say, this is like Half-Life universe, we're telling this story, make it good, and then you just never see Half-Life 3. I think that's a smart way to go, because I'll keep buying Half-Life content. I think Half-Life 3 is not possible to make, you know. You can still get games on the Modern Warfare 1 remake. People are still playing it. It makes a nice warm feeling in my belly. Yeah, I mean, if they made Kamuwamu, if they made, let's say, if they came out with Call of Duty, and that's what it was, right? Free to play Call of Duty, you download it, and they got the skins and all that or whatever, but it is your permanent Call of Duty, like Quake Live, right? It's like, this is Quake Live forever, and whatever you get in here is yours for. That's what they need to do, is have a standardized, universal, like, this is what it is. It's free to play for everyone on Earth. You can buy your $20 skins or whatever, but I almost would really prefer that than this yearly kind of release kind of thing. You know, that's kind of where my mind is at. What I think that's the direction they should go into. Yeah, Quake Live situation. Yeah. Counter-Strike 2. Yeah, Counter-Strike 2, you know, I think that's a really good, I think that's like the best example, right? Because they're going to stay on that. You know, I get that maybe like every 10, 15 years, every 13 years, they do an overhaul and say, like, we got to move on to the next engine or whatever, but it's not because we're trying to, you know, I think that's what they need to do with Call of Duty, is just say, this is the definitive Call of Duty, you know. And then they can have different seasons, like, you know how they can have Nuketown, and then every month it switches to a different Nuketown, like different era or whatever, from different Call of Duties. And then they could have Nuketown Extended, where it becomes like a larger Nuketown map for bigger. You know what? Wouldn't Nuketown sound like a good idea? Like a bigger map. I really dislike Nuketown though, dude. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of my. I like Nuketown. I don't understand why it's so loved. I agreed with you until it's, you have to brainwash yourself into loving it. It's like what do they call it, like MK Ultra or whatever, where they brainwash you. You keep playing it until you love it. That's how that works. You just haven't realized that you do in fact love it. You haven't played enough games on it. That's the issue. I'm really scared to take the white to this gear, because I want to kind of soften this up and fix a little bit, but I'm really afraid of like the vibe that's going to change. And I'm thinking about using a chalky yellow to accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish here. But I'm afraid it's gonna... I think this is ivory. I think I need to buy like ivory chalky pencil. I drew a sketch yesterday using your technique of adding colored pencil above graphite to add tone. Turned out nice. Oh, nice. Good. Drew a sketch yesterday using your technique of adding colored pencil above graphite to add tone. Yeah, I think that it really it's really nice for like refining certain areas that you want. It kind of smooths them out and blends them, and then you can kind of go over it again to kind of establish a more definitive, you know what I mean? It's almost like a lot of times you can use it like to tone down the contrast, and then you go over it again to kind of like really hit it with the... The fundamental problem of video game sports is the constant changing of the rules on the whims of the audience. No one is constantly changing the rules of football or tennis because the audience is complaining about this or that. Do they change the rules in video games? Like, is soccer on video? You mean like those soccer games, like FIFA? Do they change like the rules in there, or I didn't know? I thought they would have to keep the rules that is in real soccer, right? Or, but I'm not too familiar with that world, so I might be wrong about that. I meant COD with the constant rebalancing. Oh yeah, you know what? I will say I'm really glad that they did get rid of martyrdom, the part where you have like the grenade or whatever and you die. I thought that needed to go. A lot of other, maybe it's in there somewhere, but I hope not. A lot of other competitive games. Honestly, I don't. I feel like we're in a good place right now. I mean, the SMGs need a little bit of a buff, but I get it, though. I get it. You know, I kind of get it. I know at one point Call of Duty really wanted the sniper class they wanted the snipers to like behave and play like snipers, and they got rid of like quick scoping basically. And yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. It's a hard one. I'm not sure which side of the aisle. I'm ready to walk back my statements because I'm not sure what side of the aisle. I'm gonna fence sit on this for a while because I'm like sometimes things need to get rebalanced. I just want every class to have a like be competitive. You know what I mean? Oh no, I broke my damn. These pencils, the chalky pencils, they love to break like instantly. You cannot hold on to a chalky pencil. Like if you put it down wrong, it breaks. I'm trying to think. I think that was my last ivory pencil. I kind of needed that too. Competitive games. Competitive games have a lot more parameters than basketball, for example. Is basketball not a competitive game? Yeah, quickscoping has been done dirty since Modern Warfare 2019. Yeah, I thought the whole quickscoping thing, isn't it like is the trick to quick, because I've never been a quickscoper, or like I've never got into like the whole sniping scene. Is the thing of it that like when the animation plays, like when you're zooming in to your scope, that the gun will fire where the scope should end up, but it just doesn't display it, and so therefore you can like instantly center hit somebody, if that makes sense. Like you know how you start to scope in, it does the animation, but sometimes in some games the gun is already zoomed. Internal, like the internal logic of the gun is that it will fire directly dead center where the gun will be like once it's centered, but the animation hasn't played out yet, and then they or is it like like the radical like slowly comes in, and then you're like trying to hit the fire button. The trick is centering your screen before you zoom in. I see. Yeah, but you know how when you hip fire, the bullet just goes randomly within that circle, right? Like within a certain perimeter, and then like I thought, like this is what I sort of imagined. After that, you just have to please in the force. Okay, so there is a random element to it. Okay, I see. What I thought quick scoping referred to was that like that when you hit zoom, the gun already, the internal logic of the gun was like it's already gonna fire where it would if you were all the way zoomed in, if that makes sense. And then I thought that like you could like you were like cheating almost, like because the gun would fire where you needed to, you just didn't wait for the animation to play out, and that's how you got like really quick delete button kind of action. But yeah, I don't know too much about it. I never got into the sniper scene, honestly. But like heavy. I mean, like heavy. You know. Guess let me come right back. Let me come right back up. back. Your boy's back. If you already center the screen, you can partially ADS and fire. You don't need to fully ADS. Nice. I like the way the bunny turned out. I really am. Like, I almost want to do a whole concept around just the bunnies. Fantastic work, says Ali Gratilla. Thank you. Thank you, Ali Gratilla. I appreciate it. Most welcome. Have been subbed for a bit. Glad to catch a live stream. Great stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Sometimes it's hard to catch a live stream. It really is. The stubble sounds of the pencil with the music is great. The subtle sounds of the yeah. I know what you mean. It's like ASMR. I should like move the microphone like closer to the paper. Of course, it's gonna fight me on it now, but. Totally ASMR, the good kind. Nice. I'm trying to think of like what else I can add to this picture. I don't want to over busy it. Maybe the hat thing. Maybe that hat I'll bring in. The checkered hat. Loving the music? Nice. Yeah, I like this music. I've been getting more into it. I am enjoying drawing these spherical objects. Metallic objects, that is. Drum and bass beat with an ambient ephemeral background is my cup of tea. I wonder, was that music just made up for PlayStation 2 car selection menus? Looks good. Thank you, Gany Gomez. You know what I mean? Like, was that just a PlayStation 2 car selection music, like it was just designed for that, and then like it became other things, or was it like it already existed in some underground Japanese dancing, you know what I mean, like thing? It's just, I don't know, that music, it is weird in its own kind of. It's definitely got like character selection vibes though. Oh yeah, late 90s vibes. I definitely think my music taste has changed a lot in the last, like, say 5 years maybe. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Oh, you good boy. Future Oil, hey man. It's a bit like rice, I never liked it until now. Nice. I still don't really like rice, unless it's slathered in butter and like cheese and salt. Then I like it at like at a good Mexican place, maybe. When are you coming over to help shovel snow? I did my snow already. Oh, is that you got stuck out there with all that snow? Yeah, I had to spend. I got up really early this morning, so it wasn't too big of a deal. But yeah, I spent some time doing some shoveling for sure. Turkish rice cooked in chicken stock, butter, and pine nuts. Very tasty. It does sound tasty. It's still coming down. Yeah, it never stopped. I'll have to do it again tomorrow, I guess. But I had to go do a thing before the stream, so I had to clean everything up. But I'm okay with just doing the whole thing again tomorrow. I'm not overly concerned with. Not overly concerned about getting it constantly, you know. So even if I had shoveled early, it would be packed again. Yeah, but you know how it's way harder when it gets to a certain point. Good thing I changed the oil on my truck. I still got like 2,000 miles to go. You gotta stop staying up late like a teenager. Yeah, it gets old after a while. I'm stayed up way too late last night. Maybe I'll go shovel in a little bit. I would rather I would rather do it in part. Like, I don't really care if it keeps snowing, because it's like I'd rather not do the whole thing. Like when it's like 3 feet of snow. You know, like I said, I had to leave too for a minute, so I needed to undo everything. I'm glad I did, because I don't want to like start from zero later. At least I'll have like a little bit less snow to take care of, you know. But it is what it is. Regardless, you're gonna burn about the same amount of calories. I just don't want to lift super heavy snow for hours. But you never know. With Illinois, we might hit like a 16 Celsius like degree day tomorrow, and it all melts away. So I don't want to get too excited about running out there. You know what I mean? Like, I'm okay with just letting it do its thing. You know, it's actually a really like fun game that they never talk about is solitaire. What's the liability rule we mentioned? As far as I know, this is what I heard. It may not be true, but I heard that like basically the way it works is like, let's say when you shovel, like basically, I don't know if this is, I would check with your lawyer, but basically um, if you do not like clean your dry or your sidewalk, and if somebody falls on it, it's considered act of God. You're not responsible. But if you do touch it and you do clean it, and someone were to fall, then you now have legal responsibility for it. Which is why my legal advice is like, if someone does fall in your sidewalk, you want to make sure you go out there and you just like finish the job, you know, so you don't get a lawsuit. And the thing is, people do win these lawsuits. You think like, yeah, but like, how can, you know what I mean? Like, you tripped on ice. How can that? They're not gonna get $50,000 out of you. It's like, no, they might. Like, they do win those cases. I used to work in stores, and people would fake fall. That's fun. Yeah, it's super crazy. Like, cause I didn't work for a super long time, but I would say at least every 6 months there would be somebody that would try to like say that they fell, and then we would be like, no, you didn't, because we have cameras and stuff. But so it does happen, and people do try and pull that stuff. Like, I remember something happened with me where I was like helping bring a TV out for like this older lady, and she did like kind of like, she tried to pull it back out of her vehicle for some reason, like a little bit, and then like the handle like ripped, and she like kind of sat down on the ground and rolled back. It was like, calling it a fall would be like grossly exaggerated. And then they bring me into the office, and they're like, hey, she's saying you had a cell phone, and you know, like, you had your cell phone out the whole time. I'm like, I don't own it, and I really didn't own a cell phone when I was like 19. I didn't get a cell phone until I was like super old. And then so I was like, I'm like, yeah, I just don't own a cell phone. So they couldn't like stick that on me. Walmart is some other store. They're very weird about like throwing you under the bus like a little bit. Like, they're definitely like they played a lot of games with like they'll tell you to get on the floor. Like, there was like a lot of like internal political games that were going on there, and then like they would try to get you on stuff, like your forklift license. The managers thought I didn't have one. Yeah, she was salivating, thought she had me dead to rights. You know, runs up to me all excited. Where's your? And I happened to have gotten it like an hour before. Yeah, I showed it to her, and you know what I mean. She just was so angry that she didn't catch me not having it. But yeah, it's like, it was like kind of weird, because it's like you would be doing your job like perfect. You know what I mean? Like, just kind of doing what you're supposed to, and they would still try to be like, let's see if we can get you on something. We need to get you on. I don't know. Maybe it was just our store. Maybe it was there's a lot of internal. I think there was a lot of internal political intrigue going on, because there would be like a lot of back and forth. I told you to do this, and then somebody else would come in and be like, don't listen to him. Literally like management arguing, and I'm like in between, but they're not talking to each other. They're just telling me to do different things that are like polar opposites. I remember about 15 years ago, some people had an accident and they damaged my dad's truck. So anyways, the police kicked our door, gave us the report, which told us what happened, who hit the truck. Wait, I remember about 15 years ago, some people had an accident and they damaged my dad's truck. So anyways, the police kicked on our door. They kicked or knocked it? gave us the report, which told us what happened, who hit his truck. Like, they kicked down your door, or they knocked on your door. Because that's important. The litigious literacy in the US is off the scale. It's commendable, but also kind of scary. Yeah, you gotta watch out. That's why, yeah, like, you gotta be careful. I think it is common. It's super in the US. Yeah, it's like a sport here. Like, you gotta be careful. Then the guy who hit the car, insurance company says he was not responsible. We filed a lawsuit to sue for money to repair, and we won. Although one of the arbitrators said the police report was not admissible. Boss and bosses telling you to do different things. Oh yeah, boss and bosses telling you to do different things. Yeah, I think that we were just going through a lot of. I think they were just going through like I think they were trying to get rid of like a lady in there, so she was trying to find like things to go find, to like say she found stuff. You know what I mean? But. I think AI spell check is messing up my text. I have noticed spell check has been getting worse. I remember it peaked on my old phone and was really good, and then like it just kept getting worse. It is really remarkable how bad it is at guessing, considering like AI should be governing. I should be pretty good at like sensing what your next word should be, if it can like read. Yeah, if it can comprehend the overall context of what's being said. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Man, the art YouTube group I go to is just about dead, and when I'm about to give up on it, the main man himself texts me with some feedback on my paintings though. Yeah, our Discord group is about dead. It's just it's like it's on its last legs. I mean, there's a few. I'm still gonna keep posting, but it really feels like the hype has really worn out. You know what I mean? Like, someone even told me that they're like, "Oh, it's really dead in there." I'm like, I know. Yeah. You can hear the echo, like when you when you like type things into chat, you can hear like the echo of your keyboard like bounce off the walls because it's so empty. Compared with others, your Discord is alive and well. Yeah, yeah. People move on quick, you know. I try to be active and stuff, and I post memes, but no one looks at my memes. It's like I can only take so many L's, bro. Eventually I just stopped posting memes. I think the holidays play into that. Yeah, probably. Yeah, people probably like busy with stuff, but they need to be busy with my stuff. You know, I'm just kidding. Yeah, Future World, do you have one of those big, like the machine that blows the snow out, or are you gonna use a shovel, or are you gonna do you got like that gas powered thing that? Oh, thank you for the cats, Yanni Gomez. Thank you for the kitties. I appreciate that. My poor ass is gonna shovel. Yeah, that's what I did. No machine. Yeah, it's nice though. Like when you warm up, even my hands. I wasn't wearing gloves. My hands actually warmed up to they weren't like cold anymore. Cause you're doing like this squat over and over and over again, like leaning forward and squatting and lifting weights. Like your body definitely like warms up from that. You know, it's nice. It's good exercise. It's a workout. I started sweating out there. Yeah, yeah. Like the hands, like I could feel my hands like warming up with like no gloves. Looking at your memes pretty funny. All right. Well, as long as you're watching, I'll keep posting them. All it takes is one good Samaritan. Oh, thank you, Guinea. Thank you for the cats. The twerking cats. I'll take a pic, post it on Discord. Oh, of you shoveling? Okay. Wow, we'll check it out for sure. Pick of snow before can't take my own selfie. Nice. Getting if I went out in the snow naked, I'd end up in the hospital and or jail. Have you seen Queso Ciredo? I saw a lawsuit from a father because his son saw a naked woman washing his car outside the house, but the law didn't penalize her. Wait, have you seen the Queso Ciredo? I saw a lawsuit from a father because his son saw a naked woman washing his car outside the house. Uh, no, I've never heard of that case. I think I read once they do naked runs at the South Pole Research Station. I think I read once they do naked runs at the South Pole Research. Yeah, I'm good off of that. Rather scary, honestly, to freeze off some important bits like that. Like outside, right? Yeah, I wonder how many. Yeah, that doesn't sound like my idea of fun. I stay inside when it's like that bad. But I get it. Different folks, different interests. I guess I don't know. It's not my idea of fun, but I'll be honest. But I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna get in your way. If that's what you're into. 300 club participants spend up to 10 minutes in sauna heated to 200 Fahrenheit, 93 Celsius. Then they quickly walk naked to the ceremonial softball wearing only boots. Yeah. No, I'm not into that like extreme kind of like that's cool. I'm glad people like it and I am rooting for them. However, that's definitely not what I'm gonna be. You know what I mean? You're not gonna catch me doing that for sure. For sure not. 'Cause I think I've seen that in Finland. Honestly, this borders on stupidity. Surprised they let them do that. I mean, it's there. I'm sure they sign a waiver. People can do anything. True, true, true. They can. Yeah. It's an extremely remote station, and it's sometimes impossible to land a plane there, so medical help is not guaranteed. It's like astronauts doing stupid shit at the space station. I mean, I get it, like, because if you did do that, you'd be able to always know you did do that, which would be kind of cool. You know what I mean? Like, you did something that nobody's ever gonna do. Like, I kind of get it, but I just know for me that's not what I want. I get the appeal. I'm just surprised they don't get punished for that. There's some weird bikini ladies that have a giant tub with ice water and they go out there in a bikini and sit there. Yeah, also I'm good off of that. Yeah, no, I'm good. We have sauna in Scandinavia, and that is a cultural and important thing. Yeah, the saunas were like they had them in Belarus too. They love torturing themselves in those things. I don't know. I've never been a big sauna guy either, but I've never done it. I think every time I get in there, people always like crank that thing, and I'm just trying to break a sweat or whatever. I'm not into like almost killing myself with those things. I think a lot of people see the sauna as like it's like they don't think they're doing it right if they're not almost dying in there. And I'm kind of the opposite. I just, you know, in Finland, many apartments have their own sauna, and that is normal. I have seen. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember that when I was playing My Summer Car. It's a video game, and it's supposed to take place in Finland in like the 80s or 90s or something. And it's like on a ranch, but yeah, it's there's a sauna there too. It does seem like a lot of people really like the sauna idea. I'm kind of in. If I had it, I would use it, but if I don't have it, I'm not gonna go out of my way to get it, kind of thing. But that's my stance on that. Could be hangout to meet bikini ladies. Could be a hangout to meet bikini ladies. I suppose, yeah. I don't know how they organize it though. It might just be like you just hang out with dudes. Like, they might separate them. I don't know. And we don't use a goofy bikini in the sauna. Just a towel to sit on. Nice. Is there an age minimum? I imagine young men would be going to see. What the? Nobody would do such a thing. Yeah. Nice. Not it. Not as in the U.S. where they have full dress on with makeup and all. I have a fun story from when I learned that lesson the hard way. Cold water is good, but freeze water, I do not think so. I think, yeah, I think maybe, yeah, I don't know. I don't enjoy cold water at all, ever. I took like maybe, I don't know, a handful of cold showers thinking I was going to get into that, only to find it, like, I just didn't want to continue with the cold showering, if I'm being honest. I think the dog wants to go out. Let me let him out really quick. I'll be right back. But I think he's gonna want to come back in because it's quite cold out there. Have you heard of the High Elves? Yeah. I couldn't close the door because he like threw snow with his feet. He like threw snow in like the slit of the door, and I couldn't close it. I don't think. I don't know where they'll find a replacement for Jeremy Soule for episode 6. Is that a... Have you used Temu to buy stuff? No, I've only ever heard of it being made fun of for having like low quality stuff on there. Elder Scrolls 6, that is. Who was Jeremy Soule? I don't know what that is. Was that one of the voice actors, or? I wouldn't get my hopes up for that game. Jipochi, I've used Temu. Did it turn out good? The soundtracks? He's a composer for Oblivion and Skyrim. Yeah, I wouldn't get my hopes up for that game because it's a lot of the people aren't the same. You know what I mean? So it's different people in there. You know, you got to look at the overall, like, what have they done? Does that look convincing, right? Like, I just wouldn't, like that space game they made. I think, like, if you look at that, what was that space game that they made? Endless Star? I forget. Anyway, that's kind of that's where I would set my expectations. Not to poop all over it, but Starfield, yeah, Starfield, that's kind of that's kind of where I think that's gonna land. You know what I mean? I rented an apartment when I first came to US with nice gym and lady sauna in the basement. First time I used it, I walked in naked into the sauna with my little towel in my hand to sit on, and all the ladies were dressed in incredibly beautiful bathing suits. There I stood for a few seconds, and all the ladies stopped chatting and focused all their attention to me, and then never felt so embarrassed. I wish I had a big hole to sink into. I make sure to learn the culture before. In a situation like that, I would have, yeah, that I would double check for sure. Straight to jail. They just don't know how to use the sauna. Being naked is the way. I do think like you should probably be naked, right? Or at least like yeah, like just bring a towel. I don't know. If I was like alone, if I had my own sauna in my house, I would definitely that would be like naked use only, right? Like what's the point of not doing it that way? But I would never want to be butt naked anywhere. It'll just burn me when I pass. Oh, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the. Let me do a shout out really quick. Any Mayor, thank you for the raid. Carolina, they are probably jealous of your goodies. Hello, raiders. Let me do a shout out. Shout out. Any Mayor. Thank you so much for the the raid. Sculpty raid. Oh, you're the sculptier people. Nice, nice. Yeah, if you wanna, how was the stream? If you wanna drop your socials into chat, we appreciate it. But no pressure. No pressure. I'm like, I thought my computer crashed for a sec. It made a noise. Never mind. We're good. Japoche is currently on a 40 stream streak. That's it. You guys. No, I'm just kidding. Nice. Still weak. Yeah, you gotta hit at least. You gotta add a 0 to that. Like your artwork, really amazing. Thank you, thank you. Any merit, thank you. I appreciate that. We appreciate the nice comments. Drovana, is that the link? Sauna is really healthy. I believe it. Oh, I am following you. Nice. Very good. Maybe I should do this. Maybe I should do the sculpting. I'm a little jealous. Like, I'm a little jealous of the sculpting stuff. Follow too, dang. It's really good to have a private sauna. That would be the best. Yeah, yeah. Maybe. Well, I have a wood burning stove in my garage. Maybe I'll shrink wrap around it and then like make a tiny room like that and sit in there. You know what I mean? Like I can make my own sauna by just making shrink wrap walls and just sitting next to the, and you just put rocks on top of it, right? And just pour water for steam. Like how hard can that be? You know? I'd love some Wicked Witches sculpture. That'd be better. Can't you get carbon monoxide poisoning like that? No, because carbon monoxide comes out. It goes to a it goes to a top, right? Like if you have the door closed, you're good. Like because you're not gonna put the rocks inside of the chimney. Yeah, there's a pipe that goes up. I'm saying the rocks would have to be like on top of it. Like you wouldn't be opening the hatch to like put them inside or whatever, if that makes sense. You could do it. I'm saying like you could like weld metal to it or whatever to like because you have to have a thing of rocks that get hot and then you pour water on that and that's how you get the steam. That's the idea, right? But you know, different people do it different ways. Okay, time to shovel, stretch your muscles. Yeah, you better get out there before it starts getting dark, man. It's 2 p.m. You got another hour before it starts getting pitch black out there. So good luck with that. I'm gonna do the next round tomorrow because it never really stopped snowing. It just kept snowing and snowing. Nina JNR, thank you for the 54. Oh my god. We got all kinds of raids today. Let me do a shout out really quick. I can't believe that. Hold on a second. Uh Let me do a shout out. Shout out Nina Jane R. Did it correctly. Thank you so much for the wilted flower. It says hi, hello. Raids, all raids left and right. Yeah, I know, right? What a coincidence. My name is Tony and I'm fat. Nice. Yeah, thank you, Nina Jane Art. I appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good draw. Okay, see ya. Alright, see ya, Future Oil. Good luck with your shoveling the snow. I'm gonna have to do mine again tomorrow because there's too much snow on the ground, but maybe I should get like a bucket too to throw the snow in. Like maybe do they make like heated buckets that you can throw snow in and just have it melt? So you're like actually getting rid of the snow. Only Tony I know is good at skateboards. Only Tony I know is good at skateboards. There is snow already in the U.S. Oh yeah. We got really bad snow today. It's been snowing since last night. It never like really stopped. So it's starting out really strong. I'm not a big fan of it because I don't like to clean up my yard. I don't like the one thing I love about winter is not having things to do outside. That's what I like. So now that the outside is challenging me, I don't want it. You know what I mean? I'm good. On behalf of all people named Tony, this one's for you. Spawn roughs up the gangster Fat Tony. Yeah, I love the snow, by the way. I just wish I had a car that was like, my car is not snow friendly. It's a Kia. Like, it doesn't do well in snow. I'm just an innocent guy. Please keep gangster Tony near you. I don't want no trouble, mister. Don't you have a pickup? Don't you have a pickup? No, I don't. I have a normal car. I used to have a truck. Thought pickups are good at rough terrain. Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, I don't. I used to have a Chevy C10 or C15, whatever. I forget what it was, but I had an older truck, and it ran out of oil one day because it leaked onto the ground. Leaves can handle. You just go at them with a rake or leaf blower, and either clear it off or bag it up and turn it into compost. Snow is entirely other beast. Leaves I can handle. Just go at them with a rake or leaf blower, and either clear it off or bag it up and turn it into compost. Yeah, yeah. Snow is a lot more difficult to handle for sure. I wish I had like a bucket I could like pour it in and then, I haven't had snow. I couldn't relate to the struggle, but I'd love to be in that kind of struggle. You think so? I don't mind the manual labor and stuff. I don't mind like doing the labor. My problem more is the thing I don't like is like potentially destroying my car. Right? Like that's what I don't want. Is cuz like one year I was going like 15 miles an hour. There was a turn. I started turning and the car didn't turn with me. It just hit the curb and destroyed the axle. I'm like, "Oh, I guess you can do that too." And I wasn't even going fast. I was going like super low speed limit. And I was even thinking coming into the turn, I'm like, I should slow down, even though I'm going really slow. I can feel it. I can feel like I just could feel like that turn is gonna get me, and it did. Oh, Japoshi, how's work been, by the way? Uh, um, why would you do the labor if you're just gonna rot inside the comfy house? Well, I still have to leave the house to go get stuff. Like, I have to be prepared. I had to go fill up the tank. I had to go drop off a thing. You guys have to protect your car from snow. I mean, you can put it in the garage. I don't put my car in the garage. I keep my motorcycles in there. So, yeah. That's just the decision I make. Here, never, wait. Here, never snow either. I do not know snow is in real life. Yeah, it's rough. I don't like it. If you scrape the freezer inside the fridge, I think that's the coldest I could get to a snow. If you scrape the, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, winter. I was gonna say I can mail you some snow. You're just gonna have to put it in your freezer to get it back to snow, and then crush it up, and then you can experience what that's like. But I can send you some snow. Winter weather damages automobiles. Not only are they exposed to temperatures that degrade their maneuverability and operating mechanisms, you will also get mice that seek shelter inside your vehicle, wherein they will chew up the wiring and cause other damage. True, true, and true. Bro, I don't know how to answer about work. Only thing I'm going are pimples and baggy eyes. Pimples and baggy eyes. Yeah, I know. It will turn into water before it gets to your door. Yeah, like I said, he'll have to put it in the freezer again and then crush it up. Underscore, oh god, not the mice. Yeah, you gotta watch out for the mice. We had a mic get fried in our engine. We had a mic mice get fried in our engine. The whole car smelled like dead mice for weeks. Ah, I see. That is fun. The dead mouse. Will you be free on Thursday night? We have to watch Bugonia. Bugonia. What's today? Today is Saturday, Sunday. I can't say for certain, but I'm unemployed, so most likely. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to imagine that I'll be too good. I can probably carve out like 2 hours. You know what I mean? Like, or whatever. So that's it. I've only seen good praises in the acting, but it's got long talky scenes, which I might think is another Yeah, the Pulp Fiction, man. That movie did not know how to move on. I get what you mean. Yeah, you know, I watched another. I watched a. Well, it wasn't a great film, but it had an interesting premise where aliens came to Earth, and then they were like they infested like not infested. They basically forced our economy to be like we had no jobs, and they fed us like crappy food. It was like, but it was like a economic takeover more so than a military one, and it was just kind of wild. And they made like weird. They would only talk by rubbing their hands together, kind of thing, and kind of like made squid noises. I don't know. It was sort of interesting. I can't move from the scenes. I think they don't want to cut out all the scenes they shot. Yeah, I guess maybe I had to see it in the right mindset or the right time in my life. I think some things work during some times, and you know what I mean? Like, when the times move on, it's like, oof. I feel like I have like very good movie patience. Not really anymore, but you know what I mean? Generally, I'll give a movie a shot. Like, I'm willing to sit through a long talky scene, but that movie was really just. I felt like there was Sorry, I felt like there was like three movies in it, worth of talking in one movie. Uh, but hey, it's one of the best. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think if people like that movie, I think that's great, and I don't want to discourage them from liking it. Now I know that putting rivets into a tea kettle isn't like the best way to secure it from leaking, but I need to kind of give it some kind of design here. I think so. You guys completely missed the point with Pulp. I think it's such a great movie. I definitely think I missed the point. I must have missed the point. But I did not. I did not like that movie, and I tried. I tried like 3 times. I mean, we were skipping good portions of the movie, and it just and like the scene just wouldn't move on. Think so, Carolina. I just zoned out when two couples are fighting. Yeah, there was a scene where the couple he was talking to his girlfriend, and it's like, I mean, literally, like we just were skipping. The scene of dead mice repulses me too. I worked in a place with a severe mouse infestation. The worst experience I ever had was when I stopped right on the running mouse without realizing it. I was like, that stuff felt weird. I looked down and saw a mouse under my foot with its legs and neck broken. I saw it wiring, wire, writing on the ground, and felt bad for stepping on it. Uh, underscore. That's super funny. Withering. Yeah. Yeah, that's super funny. Not funny, but like funny and like, that you didn't even want to do it. And it like there's so many of them that you can't not step on them. That's dark, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm not a big mouse fanatic. I'd rather not have them, but uh or when there's a long walk from a car to a motel, then he just got some stuff and went back to the car. I think that was so funny. Uh, where the hell did you work? I'm gonna stay far from it. I don't think it was funny. I had to watch my step going forward. No, it was not funny. It was not funny. Let me walk back my statements. there's millions of them just under the darkest part of the sewer lines. Yeah, they reproduce fast. I don't think I've ever stepped on a mouse, but I was never like forced to be in a place where there's millions of them. I'm trying to add a little bit of design to this kettle here. My eye got super itchy there. Thank you for the follow. I super appreciate it. Baby Eater, welcome. Baby Eater, I just want a rat that masters Kung Fu, trains human-sized turtles to become ninjas. True, 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 true. This looks really good, thank you. Your art style is really detailed and really impressive. Oh, I appreciate that. You must imagine that we used to see Travolta from dancing movies, Saturday Night Fever and Grease, so to see him in this role is really funny contrast. Oh yeah, he was in like that Greaser movie, right? I forgot. They showed us that in school. I think they forced that us to watch it. That and who doesn't love the old classic Alice in the Wonderland? Yeah, I've read like I think I read about the actual story like when I was a kid, and then I never watched any more content about it except like through just cultural like partial disclosure. The worst was when I worked at as an assistant in a lamination facility. One of the steel trays we opened revealed a mouse that got crushed and boiled in lamination material. They actually kept the laminated sheet with an outline of the mouse roasted corpse on. It was some good movies. Yeah, they wrote it on poor mouse and circled it. They wrote on it poor mouse. Yeah, that is sad. I wouldn't wish being boiled alive on anyone. That's too much. You know. Like being stepped on is kind of well, I don't know. You said it was riveting or some word like that. You described it as it was, you know, uh not fun, not good. I got a lot of mouse stories. Yeah. Like I'm definitely not going to stop, I got mouse traps in my house and every once in a while when it gets them it's like I'm glad it did, but I wish they would pay rent and then we wouldn't have this issue. Killing mouses is fine, but do it fast at least. Yeah, they are fast. Yeah, they can. Yeah, they carry disease and stuff. I only got one. Okay. Wait. Can't believe it's December next week, bro. November just went by. Yeah, I feel like 2025 like went by pretty fast. Like uncomfortably fast. Yeah, Jipochi, we'll have to. Time never stops. Yeah, it's crazy. I need it to stop, like, or at least slow down a little bit. Jipochi, yeah, let me know about that movie. Like, just excited for Fallout 2. Oh, Fallout the show or whatever. Yeah, yeah, we should watch that instead. Whatever you were saying before, we should watch that instead. I'm like way more excited for that show than the. What was the other show you wanted us to watch? COVID really broken something. Yeah. It's almost 12 a.m. I need some sleep. There's too much bullcrap I need to do tomorrow. Have fun stream, sire. Miss hanging out here. Good night. Yeah, thank you, Japoshi. Thanks for stopping by. Hope your work goes better. Smiling Friends is so good. Smiling Friends is so good. We all love it. Aside from being useful for scheduling things, I don't pay much attention to time. Yeah, I think the thing is that if I was completely separated economically from, let's say, like, having to do things, like, I wouldn't ever pay attention to time if there was no need to make money, because you would just, if you could just, I would never look at the time. It's only because you need to make money that you have to pay attention to it. You got to show up to places on time, but yeah, I would enjoy like a cat life, just hanging out and kind of dozing in and out of consciousness. I feel you will like it. Smiling, Smiling Friends AI and animated series with really funny jokes and great art style. I feel like you'll like it. Is it an anime or is it like animated or is it an anime? And like, where do I get it? Because if it's Crunchyroll, somebody once recommended like a show for me that they said changed their life, and I just could not like. I'm like, bro, you know, it was just like the most generic anime ever. I don't know. Pim, we never give up on client Charlie. Charlie Pim, he has a vest made of dynamite strapped to him and has screaming nonsense about the apocalypse. We need to get everyone out of here before he deep gulp does the I can hear you two talking over there. Not anime, it is peak. You said smiling friends. All right, I'll copy the smiling friends. Let me put that in my Oh, I have seen that somewhere. Um mm. Would you classify it as a dark humor? Because I think it has moments of dark humor, right? Um, I may or may not be pirating every show I watch. You guys very dark humor. Okay. Where do you watch it that's free and legal and in no way bad? If you had to like, are you watching it like? Obviously, I would never do that. But if you had to find, where would one go for something like that? Wolves, come here, baby. Oh, come here. Oh, yo, good boy. Oh, yo, good boy. Oh, yo, good boy. HBO and Adult Swim has Smiling Friends. Oh. HBO and Adult Swim has Smiling Friends. By the way, I go to the first thing to pop up when I search for free online. Not the best idea, but I'm not paying them companies my money. Anyway, bye bye. All right, baby eater. Have a good one. I don't know. I might have to redesign. I don't know if this looks like a teapot that I would drink out of. Looks like a Christmas ornament more so than a tea kettle or whatever. Might have to play around with that. Guys, I think I'm gonna take a break for the rest of the day. I'm gonna go eat. I'm like starving over here for some reason, so I'm gonna go make food and do that. But I'll be back tomorrow. But I like the way it's turning out. I gotta think about the kettle here. I'm not really digging like kind of what's coming out. I gotta erase it and kind of rethink the strategy there. But for the most part, I really like the way things are going. But also, I'm just starving. So I'll be back tomorrow, though. I really enjoyed this, but we'll be back. Let's do raid. Let's do who's on. That's such super cool. Following. Um. How do I do the raid? Oh, raid now. There we go.